Lisa Whitepipe. Steve Brave.
Here.
Stanley Woodeneye. Vanessa Red Hawk Thompson.
Here.
Michael Lunderman. Fremont Fallis. Tennille Blackfeather.
Here.
Bill Marshall. Wayne Frederick. Eileen Shaw.
Here.
Martha Blue Thunder. Sherry Wright Plank. Norman Running Sr. Pamela Kilswater. Raymond Crow Eagle. Dara Ayat. Donald Hollowhorn Bear.
Here.
Dwight Spotted Tail.
We got 12, we got the quorum. Sioux, would you give an invocation for us this morning?
Good morning. Thanks for the sound and council administration. Great Spirit, Grandfather, each and every day we give thanks for the day. It's a gift to be here each and every day. We should remember that. Always remember our people, especially those that are hurting, those in the hospital, those that we have behind bars. Keep in mind all the little ones all the time. Always remember you were voted in here to help the people. Keep them in your hearts. Keep your hearts open to them all the time. Give thanks each and every day like we should. Aho, wopla tanka, lamula, takuye, koyase.
Sure.
Barbara singing? Oh.
Ray? Okay, council, we have the regular agenda today after we're done with law enforcement. We need to excuse some people today. We have Micah request to be excused, Russell excused this morning. Sharon needs to be excused, Jordan excused. I think they're all helping out with the distribution of the checks. So, Martha, motion to excuse them. Second by Norman. Fremont, question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Online, Eileen,
Yes.
Tennille,
Yes.
Donna,
Yes.
Yara, Steve,
Yes.
opposed,
0,
not voting.
1,
Motion carried.
11,
1101. What we have on the agenda today, we're gonna have law enforcement, and then we're gonna get back on our regular agenda if we have time to do that. If you guys wish to do that. Last week we were talking had a meeting with the law enforcement. We're talking about all the issues out there, all the rumors, all the things that are being said, and I thought it'd be a good idea. And of course, the chief said that it would probably be a good idea if we have come down here and talk to the council. There's a lot of judiciary issues that probably need to be talked about too, as far as the questions from the Judiciary Committee. We thought maybe it'd be a good time to have a meeting and clear the air on all the things that are being said out there. So, and give a little report on what's actually going on with the law enforcement. The vice president needs the floor before we get started.
Just an announcement for council people and people online. My office has been doing a ton of IDs. We do probably the last 3 or 4 days. I think we've probably done 25 to 30 a day. And that has been coming out of discretion, but my discretion is done for this month. So I won't be doing any more IDs this month. Just wanted to let all of you know and people online so they'll know. We have depleted discretionary for this month. Just so everybody understands and knows about that. So, thank you for your help and cooperation.
Ray, do you have a question or a comment?
Morning, everyone. I was just, happy to move for your name.
Yes.
Yeah, well, okay, Ray, make a motion to hire the Sergeant at Arms rate with compensation. Second by Pam. Question by Fremont. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Online, Lisa,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Eileen,
Yes.
Donna,
Yes.
Steve.
Yes.
Opposed?
Sure.
Not voting?
Sure.
Motion carried. Okay, we have law enforcement here. Like I said, had our meeting last week. We have our weekly meetings. We usually have them on a Monday. The law enforcement usually comes in and we talk about things that happened over the weekend and, just so it's information that I need to know, after every weekend. So, we also start talking about some of the things that are out there about the police department and law enforcement and those kind of issues. Some of the Judiciary Committee had some questions for the law enforcement. So, I asked, Steve if he would be willing to, have a meeting today, special meeting just to clear the air on some of the issues that are out there. And so that's why we called the special meeting today. So I'll give Steve the floor. Pam.
Good morning, Council Administration. Chairman, I know that at some point, there's going to be some questions that will be asked that we probably shouldn't do on air, but I asked council to refrain from asking them types of questions until we can go off of air and at least clear the air with the main concerns right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, she said.
Yep, you're on.
Good morning, council. First of all, thanks for 1,800. Makes our life a little bit rougher, but
Probably spent already.
there's a lot of happy people out there too. I guess to start off, everybody pays attention to what goes on Facebook. And the allegations that were out there where there was 6 or 7 police officers who were indicted and picked up and charged. There's no officer that was picked up and there's no officer that's currently under any kind of federal investigation or anything like that. From the Judiciary Commission, I don't know if you want me to talk about that openly or.
I think as far, we're talking about commissions?
Nope.
Just Judiciary?
Well, they had some requests, from me in reference to people who are under internal investigation. We got notice of receipt on one and there's one pending. Just because they were in receipt of the letter doesn't mean that there's an actual investigation that's going on. We will get if there is going to be an investigation, we will get and determine we'll get a notice from the Bureau that they'll be down here investigating this officer for such and such incident. I haven't received even the one that's up there now. I haven't received anything like that. So, they're just in review of them right now. There's no active investigation on any of them. We had one in reference to, an incident that happened last year and he was just recently cleared. So, I don't know if the Judiciary Committee wants me to do that in writing. I think it was a directive to the chairman, but on our end, that's kind of how it works. And he could probably call up there and maybe not even tell him who's under investigation either. But as far as our office, that's how the process works. And that's what we have up there right now. We wanted to go over each and every sign that's down here, where the investigation is at. If they've been closed, I don't know if I'm kind of in disagreement with that. Some people like to have their loved ones rest in peace, and and some are frustrated with the process. But I think you as leaders need to know where those are, if they're closed, if they're still pending investigation. But I would rather not do that portion of it on the air either. We can go over the stats, unless there's any other questions.
Also, do you want to go off air, or do you want to stay on as long as we can? We can have him go over the stats. We can go back to talking about maybe the signs down there. And I know Kellerland has come out with a story on some of those signs down there. So some of the individuals that were put on those signs down there. So it's up to you, council, if you want him to talk about stats and his active as far as his monthly report. He can go into that, and then we can go off the air and talk about other issues.
Chairman, stay on air for that, please.
Okay. Go ahead, Pam.
Yeah, Chairman, I guess I have questions going over some of the stats on the report that he's given out, the paper report. So if we can go through that and kind of give all the council reps an understanding of what this report means and entails, I think we can start there.
Also, the CI division has a report of their monthly, and I think they did a comparison to the year before. And Bob will go over that when it comes time after Ivor's done here.
Good morning. So basically, when you see this handout that we gave you, all you're going to see is numbers. And I'm going to try to break it down as best as I can, descriptive-wise. On this front page, it says on top of it, it says monthly calls for service by description. This is your typical call out, or your original call that's going to come into dispatch. As far as, if you look here, it says somebody calls 911, they hang up. We got to document that.
Okay, Ira, what is CFS?
Call for service.
Call for service?
Call for service. And so it's all, this is the calls that are coming in the dispatch. Whatever they're reporting, whatever they want to report to the officer, whether it be, if you look, just burglar alarm, there's a burglar alarm going off, the security company calls in, or citizens assist, that's basically like our DSS calls where they're requesting an officer to stand by, or DSS does their home visits. It's pretty basic, and it's just going to be, that's how dispatch lists the calls that are coming in dispatch.
Okay, so on the top, it says CFS month. So when it has those numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
That's the corresponding month. So January, February, March, April, all the way up until this month.
Okay. And then, so it's just like a cumulative adding
Yeah,
every month.
it keeps it every month, and that's how I ran it. That's how I ran the stats is for 5 months, starting from January of this year until current. So you're going to see a discrepancy in August because we're only halfway through. That's why you're going to see that downfall, but it's not. It's only ran up until this date of August.
Okay,
So for the month of January, you're gonna go straight down, and then on that second page, you're gonna see the total calls for each call that's coming in for the month of January, month of February, so on and so forth.
and under, sorry, Chairman. And under your description, you have 2 community policing, 2 disturbing the peace, and, well, I'll stay on that first page, but you have 2 of those listed, and you have totals on those. What, I guess, explain to me what community policing is and why do you have 2 of them?
So community policing is anytime an officer's in the community, they'll radio dispatch and say, if I'm in St. Francis, if the officer's in St. Francis checks okay, there's nothing going on, they'll radio dispatch and say, St. Francis, I drove through West Housing in St. Francis, checks okay. So if for every police patrol that they're doing in the community, they're creating a report for that. So that's why it's called community policing, because it's actively being proactive in the community. That's why we have it. And that's kind of the definition of community policing. Is we're proactive in the community. We try to patrol as much as we can and let dispatch go and create a report for every patrol that they're doing in the community.
Okay, so why would you have 2 of them?
The other one's requests
The other one's a request for police
from community.
from community members. So the bottom one, the 1,093, that's going to be the ones that the officers are generating themselves.
That's them making their presence.
Yeah. And then the top one, that 448, that's general public calling in and say, hey, I'm going to be gone for the weekend, or can I get police patrol? There's people walking around, or just your request for patrol.
So does that go the same with the disturbing the peace?
Serving it, I don't know why. I think there's just 2 of them, and I don't know why that they created 2 of them within the Zerker system. So whenever they type in, they start just typing in disturbing the peace. There's 2 options that come up, and they just click one, and it's the same thing. It's basically the same thing.
Okay, so then that should really just be running that total
Yep.
would be 96.
Yep.
Instead of
Yeah.
79. I don't know if we're moving to page 2, but
We go over some of these, like the ACID, assistance to sick, injured, and death. That is a wide variety of things that are all listed under there. I'm just going through them because those are the high numbers. Assaults, disorderly, and fight calls. Drunk drivers, those are the ones that are real high. In communities,
that's what ACID stands for.
assistance to sick, injured, and death. Someone breaks their leg. It could be that. It could be somebody laying on the road. Yeah, it could be. It could be a wide variety of things.
So assault, suicide, injury.
Yeah.
If it's not coming in specific, as far as you look here on the assault calls, if it's not coming in specific until the officer gets there and does his investigation and deems it an assault, then that's when they start their investigation and press charges as far as assault, child abuse, child neglect.
In death. Is that what you said?
Yeah. So a lot of times they'll come in as this, but as the call progressive, it'll get changed to something else. If it's something major, the title will get changed.
So does your system recognize that when you guys change it, or does
Under the offense, if you go to the next page and the second page, under the offense, that the system will pick that up. Sorry, not the second page, but the last 2 pages. Those are the actual charges whenever officer gets there. That's the final outcome of the call. So a lot of time we're gonna get fight calls. When an officer gets there, it could be between husband and wife, boyfriend and girlfriend, and at that time they'll make that domestic. Then that falls into the domestic criteria. Then they'll charge you domestic. A lot of calls don't come in, hey, there's domestic going on. A lot of them just come in and say, hey, they're fighting. Officer gets there. If it's domestic, then yes, they'll charge it. Or another time we'll do it is kind of like suicide. Suicide will get there, they call in, somebody needs to talk to, officer does report, it's suicide, so we'll take them to IHS or wherever we need to take them. So a lot of calls, when they come in specific to dispatch, a lot of them are kind of unknown, unless specifically stated. We'll find out on the offense end when the officer gets there and does his investigation. But
So you accumulated 14,000 calls, 888. 14,888. And out of those 14,888, you have, the police department has only made 1,280 arrests. Is that how you would say that? So why is there such a big gap? I mean, is that you guys going out and assessing the
so the big
situation?
gap is, if you look, big gap where you're going to see that is in community policing. We create a report for every call that goes in the dispatch. Not every call is going to have an arrest. So the reason why there's that big discrepancy is because we're here, dispatch is creating a call for us. And then on the offense end, when the officer makes that determination there's going to be charges, then that's the only time that we're going to get those numbers on the offense end. So that discrepancy is going to be there because anybody could call in and say, hey, there's a drunk driver, somebody's driving reckless, officer stops the car, there's not a drunk driver, they're just old or they're doing something out of will. You know what I mean? So we're gonna run into that quite a bit. Not every call that comes into dispatch is gonna be what they're saying it is. And that's why there's that discrepancy.
Okay.
A lot of times if you see that, and I'm gonna go ahead and use domestic as an example, when people are just arguing or they're in disagreement, people call it, hey, there's domestic going on. Officer gets there, it's not a domestic, it's just a verbal disagreement or something else that is non-arrestable or going to be non, and or not even a domestic situation. So there's going to be a lot of discrepancy because people call in of what they see versus what the officers are going to charge. And then if you see this juvenile and adult arrest, we made 1,592 arrests. On the offense end, you're not going to see that because there's going to be, well, we're picking up somebody on a warrant, and we're not going to get that stat because there's a lot of warrants that we're picking up from the year prior or a couple of years prior.
It's already a pending
It's already a
investigation.
pending investigation, therefore we're not going to get that stat in the offense on this second to last page and last page. But we're arresting people from a year prior or a couple of years prior on old warrants.
So on this, sorry, Chairman. So under this community CFF or CFS, why is there an envelope and a mission? Is it just because one side is the city side and the other side is the tribal housing, or what?
No, it's kind of community specific. So like north side, you got north side, south side, and then White Horse falls into that category too. But anything that happens in Sunrise, you get a lot of calls in Sunrise, so that's why we try to keep it separate, so that we know that we're not just responding to Antelope, that we know that we're responding to Sunrise or within the city limits of Mission.
So that's something that we just did recently. Antelope was kind of getting a bad rap of having all these enormous calls, but a majority of them come from Sunrise. And Sunrise is part of Antelope, and so is Sichungu Village. And but when we were originally doing the stats, it was just Antelope.
So is that you guys that gets to add in these communities like that? I mean, like, you guys got to put in Mission versus Antelope.
So what we're doing is we're trying to separate them to identify where the problem area is. Because Antelope ain't that bad. They're the biggest community, but when you bring Sunrise into the picture, you got people there from every single community. And that's a big place. I mean, there's a lot of people that live at Sunrise, and there's a lot of things that go on over there. And a lot of the calls that we get arise from Sunrise.
But I guess my question was, is it you guys that
Yes.
create these communities? Okay, so under Antelope, how come you guys don't put Sichungu Village and White Horse?
If you look further down, Sichungu Village is listed.
About in the middle.
So we can add communities, but we can't delete anything from the system. So that's why these calls. I don't know why that second one was created, but once we add stuff to the system, we can't delete it. It's there for good.
Okay, and then you got number 3 says disregarded. What does that mean?
Where is that at?
It's still under that community. It's under Corn Creek. It says disregarded.
That's when somebody calls for an officer. While the officer's en route, usually are drunken or disorderly calls. Well, majority are drunkenness calls. Somebody calls.
Once
This
somebody
dispatcher is in the process of creating that report, and they call back, oh, he left, never mind, I don't want to see a cop. And they just disregard it.
that even happens with, that happens with a lot of things.
So they don't assign it to a community because the officer didn't go to that community. You know what I mean?
Hey, Bob.
But don't you think that it shouldn't be disregarded? I mean, I guess, no, this is just an example. Let's say I was being abused. I call for the cop. And then my abuser turns around and says, call him back and tell him you don't want him. So then I call and I say, no, I don't need the cop.
Okay,
Then you guys just turn around and head out, and then I continue
that's
to
why I
get
said
beat
it
up.
just happens in the drunken calls.
So that's why I'm saying, why would
When
you?
it's a domestic, we still have to respond. We still respond to them. A domestic or an assault call, we still respond to them. Somebody hollering or if there's signs that they might be in distress, then we still send an officer. We send an officer to every call.
So put a asterisk by that. When we go into executive session, we can give you examples of those types of calls, but I'm not gonna put anybody's name or houses in that situation while we're on the air.
And that right there too, Pam, is there's people that call in and get pretty irate. And they don't want to talk to a cop whenever before the officer gets to you. So I mean, that's quite a bit of there's quite a bit of that. Where people are irate, they just don't want to talk to a cop at all. So therefore, it's just totally disregarded.
And I guess, according to this report, for the last 8 months, you have only had 3 sobriety checkpoints.
Yeah.
And is that because we have a shortage of officers, or is it just, what's the reasoning for that?
The only time we ever do release sobriety checkpoints is 4th of July weekend. We did it Animal Welfare weekend, and we got Rosebud. And New Year's Eve. So we did 2 New Year's Eve. There was more than one, but whenever we go and do our sobriety checkpoints, dispatch just creates one for that day. So we could do multiple within a day, which we did, New Year's, Antelope Fair, and casinos. We did multiple, but we only get those one stat for that one day. So we try to do it during our
Busiest
our
times?
busiest time.
Because according to this, you had one in May, and I'm going to assume that was either prom or graduation for the high schools. And then you had 2 in, looks like July. And so that would be July 4th
Those are
4th of July and Antelope Fair.
and Antelope
Antelope
Fair.
Fair.
So within any given month, you guys don't just do a sobriety check, or does it, besides looking at big holidays, what creates a sobriety?
We can do them anytime we want, but it's officer availability. And our staff is really short for the amount of calls that we take. And it's tough to get another whole shift to come in and work a checkpoint, because you got to keep your regular staff out there doing the calls for service in the communities. These ones that come in are extras. It's all overtime. They're the ones that are going to come in and get it, but they need breaks. They need breaks too. So it's really hard because of the amount of people that we have. That's
And anytime we do a sobriety or sobriety checkpoints, it's not that officers that are on duty doing them.
good
People
morning.
that we assign to bring in, they're actually getting overtime. So
Good
try
morning.
to,
I said
as much
good
as
morning,
we
but
can
you didn't even
before
say
we
anything.
but we only do it our high volume times.
So have we done?
We're not mandated to do so much a month or so little a month. We only do it when we see high calls for service that are probably going to be coming.
So have we done any kind of like joint venturing with BIA or
BIA does not have this.
or even Valentine Police or Millette County Police?
The only true partnerships that we do have, and I'm going to say this, is OST. So come Rosebud Fair, you're going to see it. We're going to bring down the highway safety. We're going to bring down that big old Batmobile. They call it Batmobile. It's
Requesting it.
yeah, so we're going to request it. They're more than willing to come down, but nobody else really. We try to make those talks with Cherry County, everybody else, but then we only have one meeting. And,
So I had one meeting last administration, and that was us, Pine Ridge, all the local sheriffs, Millette County, Tripp County, Martin, and Cherry County came up. And we did have that meeting. The council passed a MOA with those sheriff's departments, and not one of them responded. And it was kind of like, we'll help them, or they can come over and help us whenever. And you guys could look at the MOA. I still have it on file because it was passed here, but for whatever reason, they didn't want to come over here. I know Tripp County didn't want to come over here at the time because of the equipment they carry was different from what we carried at the time. So that was the reason they didn't want to come. We do really work good with both Tripp County Sheriff's Office and Cherry County, but crossing that border back and forth that's really a touchy subject.
I guess before I got cut off on my question, I guess where I was directing it towards was working with these other counties and like Cherry County on possibly having them schedule a time that they do a sobriety checkpoint on their end, coming into our reservation boundary. That's what I'm talking about. The only reason why I bring that up is because there's a lot of drug trafficking going on. A lot of people complain about it. And so I think that in order for the state of South Dakota to be able to combat that, I think that we should have some kind of idea of where are these counties going to take responsibility on their end, allowing that to go through their towns. When are they going to step it up on their end? So that's where I was going with my questioning. I wasn't trying to say have them come onto our reservation and patrol our reservation. That's not what I was asking. I was just asking if they have ever made a point to say, let's take Cherry County. We'll set up by the casino and we'll see what we get coming through the casino. And or even Kilgore Road, just to see what they get coming through.
I don't even think they even did have a checkpoint to where I'm working. I didn't know.
See, if you don't know that, then why isn't anybody asking those?
The lines of communication, it's up to them. We're willing to work with anyone. We open it up, we have one meeting, fizzled out.
Well, I guess I would like to see that MOA and see what you guys were requesting of them, because some people don't. A lot of the state or county people don't agree with what we do here as tribes. So I guess I would like to see, and maybe
It was more or less just communication. Because a lot of time when we run into it, we run into jurisdiction where they're going to want jurisdiction versus, oh, we want jurisdiction as well of the non-members too. Then the talk just ceases. It happened, I would say, well, how many times it happened? About like 3 times so far. We talked about in that cooperation, then it comes up to, well, who's going to arrest who can arrest who can't arrest who. Then it just stops. It's all about jurisdiction. We try to work to try to not get jurisdiction. So it just stopped.
I will tell you this, people think that the surrounding communities are less than we are. They have just as many calls as we do, and they have probably less patrol because they're just patrolling their town, but they have just as much traffic. I mean, they're busy too. So maybe that's part of it. I don't know. We can reach out again and try and set something up. What you're asking, I think it's a good idea. And it always is good to work with other law enforcement agencies that surround our lands. Just so we have that understanding. We do have a good working relationship with the bordering sheriff's office and municipalities. But to work with them on something like that would probably make it stronger. So we can reach out to them.
Chairman,
But Fremont,
how far away from getting into this public law 280?
what is that in reference to, Fremont?
Chief, there.
I have no idea.
It's when you have an agreement
The
with
recent
Oh,
court
the
ruling,
state.
the statewide, they could come in on Indian land to make arrests now.
That's probably a question for Lloyd.
It's only a matter of time before that Hicks versus Nevada kicks in there.
The way things are going now, it's scary. I think tribes in the near future are going to really get attacked on their sovereignty and their jurisdiction. And it's scary, but like you said, it's probably getting worked on. And I don't really want to get into bad mouthing anybody on the state side of it, but we are a complete red state when it comes to that portion of the government versus us. here on the tribal side, I mean, it's just not us. I mean, they've been trying to get in for years and years and years and years, and you know, every little chance they get, they nip at it. Protecting our form of government is really important. Do we pay enough attention to it? Probably not. There should be somebody that's monitoring that at all times, anytime there's a change. But, you know, that's not a question for me. That's more of a question for the tribe's attorneys. But it is really scary because I think it's going to come down the pipe.
Jared, you have a comment, question? Go ahead.
Good morning, council. You know, one of the things that was really frustrating for me this past year was negotiating our contract with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Every 3 years, we're supposed to renegotiate or recontract. That's their terminology that they use. So all the recontracting that we have done has, they have agreed to certain changes, but they have never increased our base funding. So our base funding is still at the 3.7 million.
We got a $94,000 increase this year. Congratulations.
That's a joke, a $94,000 increase. So, you know, we cover so much land and our officers are very short-handed. I feel like we really need to start drafting proposals. I know we're not in on the lawsuit with the Oglala Sioux tribe yet. However, if their outcome is in favor of them, you know, we can potentially benefit from that as well. I do feel like in the meantime, we do need to start drafting letters and have our lobbyists really go in and start lobbying hard for our police department for funding, for increase in base funding. When they started issuing grant opportunities for our police departments, they stopped putting more money into the District 1 area, law enforcement, Department of Justice Services. And when money does go into the Department of Justice Services, it goes to the area office. And a lot of times we don't get that funding here on a tribal level. So that's very unfortunate and very, you know, upsetting that they would filter that money through. One of the examples is the MMIP investigator that they're using, and that person's covering like the whole Great Plains area, and they're located out of Rapid City. That doesn't help us here. We've addressed all these issues through our negotiations. However, they fell on deaf ears. And I feel like we need to go a step further. When we were in negotiations, the biggest excuse we kept hearing was, it sounds like District 1 is a huge roadblock. There's a lot of other issues that we can address and things that we need to change that can make it so we are investigating our own crimes here. Because what happens now, it gets turned over to the feds, and after it turns over to the feds, then our police department has nothing to do with it. So it's out of their hands. And then our people feel like nobody's doing anything about it. And then years later, we hear of an indictment in the paper, or we see it on Facebook, or we don't ever hear anything. A lot of the cases that have gone through and people that have been prosecuted have been because of the work of our CI department. You know, I'm not a person who's like big on sending our people to the federal penitentiary. I really am not. It depletes our voting ability when it comes to state and federal elections. And I feel like we have our own jail here, and it has a minimum, medium, and maximum security. And if we can start prosecuting things with people in our own laws here locally, we really need to start doing that and pushing people here so we can utilize our local tribal programs to help get them the support and help that they need, if that's a training program, if that's rehab, whatever that may be, but to start putting them on a path to success instead of locking them away and putting them as felons. And you know as well as I do that we have a lot of restrictions on felons here on the reservation, and a lot of our people get felonies. If Ivor is arresting me and I push him, he can send me to prison for that. There's a lot of minor things that our people are going to the penitentiary for, and I just don't agree with that. I feel like if we were sufficiently funded, we could utilize our own resources that we have here to start pushing our people through, and hopefully making jail something more of a rehabilitation rather than a punishment. I know there's some crimes that we can't do that with, but for the majority of that, I feel like we really need to start looking at that avenue. But this body really needs to, I would like to see us push harder for more funding, and I'd like to see that happen immediately. Thank you.
I guess a fine example of having more officers in on the force and out in the communities is we had our two highest communities where the calls for service are higher than any other, and that's Antelope and St. Francis. So this year, we really bombarded those communities with officers, and it wasn't even much. I think we brought in 6 extra officers for Antelope and 4 or 5 for St. Francis, but just being present in the communities and being there all day and all night, we didn't have one fight in either of those celebrations, and it's just because of officer presence. So to have those extra officers out there in the community it really makes a big difference. I mean, even if we had 10 extra, I mean, that's going to make a big impact. But kind of getting back to what Cher was saying is, or to kind of piggyback off of her, is our laws here are so outdated and vague that it's hard to tackle some of the impactful things that happen in the community. And one is bootlegging. Bootlegging is just as serious as dealing drugs, because these guys are rubbing alcohol and hand sanitizer in cheap vodka in a water bottle and selling it to anybody and everybody. And, you know, it's a Class B crime. $100, they can get out. They'll probably make that in, half hour. So the laws that we have are not stern enough. And I think Ivor and I and Lori Walking Eagle, we got together and we started to try and update some of them laws on our own. Two of the ones that we're looking at is child neglect and bootlegging. Those ones, once we're done with them, we'll push them through the Judiciary Committee and then on up to council for changes, if that's what you guys want. But somebody needs to be constantly working on them, and that's kind of where we're at, is picking at some of these ones that have a major impact in the communities that are affecting each and everybody, from kids all the way to adults. And I don't know whose job it is, and I really don't care. But I do know that we can do it just as well as anybody else and push it through the process just like anybody else. So that's what we're doing. I'm sure more people are going to get on board. Welcome any of you, if you guys have input on any of that stuff, to come over and help out. So that hopefully by next month, we will be bringing forth through the Judiciary Committee a couple of changes to those 2 laws.
Pam, do you have a question, comment?
This is what I was talking about the last time we had council, when I was talking about the Attorney General. According to the ordinance of the Attorney General, this is part of his duty, that he's supposed to be going through our law and order code and updating our laws. Now, when you have 3 people, and I commend them for that effort, when you have 3 people looking at our laws and trying to correct it, it becomes, well, that's their thought. That's their train of mind. I mean, we're just that kind of people. That's how we think. So I guess in light of all of this, I think it would be good for the Attorney General to clear his schedule for maybe a week or 2. And maybe have that open communication with people. Maybe get a gym. Ask people. There's a lot of our people don't know what our laws are here. One of them, one of the things that's coming up or that's starting to spread like wildfire is guns. State of South Dakota is one of the states that you can carry a firearm anywhere. And I bet you a lot of your police officers don't know that they can't come into the council chambers with their gun on their side.
They do.
I'm just saying, example. But those types of things need to be brought forward. One of the things that really scares me on some of these calls is maybe, I think we said an age of 11 is able to be at home and be the one to take care of 10 kids that are inside the home while everybody else is drunk. And it's okay because the law says it's okay. And we shouldn't have our kids raising each other and making sure that each other are going to school. There needs to be, that's why I agree with Steve on that these laws need to be updated. So I really think that we need to have our Attorney General clear his schedule and deal specifically with our law and order code and bring it up to par. Not everything has to piggyback off of what the state is doing. But at least bring us to where we are in a millennium and no longer in 1970s or 60s, whatever those laws sit. We also need to, look at how we've changed as far as compassion goes. Compassion is another thing that really puts a barrier on having law enforcement being just our own. And it's because someone's going to say, wow, so-and-so is related to so-and-so, so that's why they got off free. Those are barriers, and it really creates a lot of negativity on our police department. But going into these, I know that there was a motion made in one of our committees to begin a lawsuit for our police department and for our IHS. And I brought it up during our regular council meeting at the beginning of the month. I believe it was on the 10th that I had brought that up. I don't know where we're at with that. I know we went off the air and that's what we were supposed to discuss, but we ended up discussing Pine Ridge's lawsuit. So we never even got into detail of, where we're at with that. But I would really like to see something like that, being brought to us and told to us what exactly we can and I shouldn't say can't do, because you can basically do a lot of things right now, but and so I'm going all over just listening to the 2 discussions on this. There's a lot of everybody's probably getting texts on what should be asked and whatnot, but I did get a text. We have some people that are wondering what Steve's title is and what Ivor's title is because they didn't introduce themselves. They just went straight into talking. So just to bring that up.
Steve, you wanna talk about your title?
So my name's Steve Denier Jr. I'm the Chief Administrator for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. I am not a certified law enforcement officer. I don't go out and arrest. I don't go out and do investigations. I oversee the department and make sure that our grant is in compliance the way that it's supposed to be. I'll go ahead. You guys can introduce yourselves.
My name is Ivor Kroegel III. I am the patrol captain. I oversee the patrol division and all patrol officers that are on duty. I've been here, I think, going on my 17th or 18th year with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe law enforcement. So,
Morning, Council. My name is Robert Settlemeyer. I'm the Supervisor Special Agent, and I supervise the Criminal Investigation Division, which does major crimes investigation. And next month, I'll start my 20th year.
Okay,
They have way thicker skin than I do.
Sheriff, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to let the chief administrator and people that are listening and the council know that the Judiciary Committee saves the second meeting of the month. We really upset some people because we organized our meetings so that we could do just what you were talking about. So we can start reviewing laws. After reviewing our ordinance, the Judiciary Committee ordinance, we could hear people's complaints, but we really have no authority to do anything about any of the complaints. We're only a recommending body, and our main purpose and the power of the committee is to recommend legislation to this body. And we spoke amongst ourselves and we decided that we would have the first meeting of the month for programs to report to us and bring any resolutions that they have. And the second meeting of the month is set up for working sessions to update laws, to work on new laws, and to hear from the public. We still take complaints and hear from them and give them the best direction that we can. But like I said, we do not have any authority over like taking action administratively. That all falls on the chairman of the tribe. So I wanted to bring that up. And one of the things that we really discussed at the last meeting with, I don't believe you were there, you were at Sundance, but with the Captain Kroegel, we really talked a lot about trying to improve community policing and trying to have the police department work on repairing their relationship with the community. I think that it's really important that we start doing that. When I was a young kid, we had curfew. We could be arrested and jailed for curfew, and we were jailed at the adult jail if we were caught. But those cops weren't out to get us. They were like our dads and moms, and they would, you know, if they seen you out or they seen you doing something you weren't supposed to, they were approachable. They came at you in a good way. You could go to them and confide in them if you were in trouble or scared or if somebody was bothering you. And I really would like to see us get back to that. One of my uncles posted on Facebook about, so the word Akichita doesn't mean warrior. It's actually like a police officer back in the day. It's one of our people. It's a group. It was a society of men that kept enforced our laws. And he talked about how strict the Akichita used to be. And he told this story, my Lekshi, Phil Two Eagle, said if a man was caught beating his wife or abusing his wife, he was tied in the center of camp and beaten. So you know, we had fierce, strict laws historically. And now we get arrested and put in jail, and we're trying to bring a balance where we treat people good and we treat people with dignity and respect and kindness. And, you know, I really want our officers to know that when they arrest somebody, they are innocent until proven guilty. And there are people and they deserve to be treated with respect. And a lot of our people don't feel that way. They don't feel like they're getting treated like that. So we really want to push to try and create a better relationship between our community members and our police officers. And I think at one of our working sessions, we should set some time aside and really talk about making a plan moving forward so we can do that and invite the public to come and bring comment and see what they would like in their communities, even if we start with the community chair people. And that could be something our judiciary chair could probably set up if she's willing to do that. But that's something I would like to see. We have a lot of community members who fear the police, and they fear that they're gonna get shot or murdered and that our police are out to get them. They're building cases on them. And I really want to make sure that we feel safe in the community and that our officers can, you know, go to while on patrol, get out of their car and go to a baseball game and say hi to people, or walk through a community event and, you know, say hi to people and just do that community policing work that creates good rapport with the community. That's something that's lost, and I know that there's a reason behind it, and a lot of it has to do with being short-staffed. And I don't know on the scale that our officers know, but just from being on council, you know, my messages when, like right now with Arpa, I'm short with people, not short like angry, but just to the point and direct, because I got to get to that next message. And because I have 25 messages and people asking me questions that I have to answer. So I can't imagine having to do that, going house to house with calls on that are crime related. So I have compassion for our people, but yet I have compassion and I have to try and support our programs the best that I can. And I want our officers to do good by our people. So I really would like us to start working on that community policing piece. Even though we only have 25 officers, I think it's really important.
There's grants out there for community policing too. There's different levels of community policing, I guess. Well, there's law enforcement community policing where you have people interacting with the community. Some of the stuff the tribe can implement, being a partner with law enforcement, and in the schools. But there's a lot of money out there for community policing, and to do a lot of that stuff, we just don't have the staff. I guess our priorities are the calls for service and keeping people safe. Most of the time we have 3 people, maybe 4 people on shift, from 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7. And it's hard. I think what the council and the public really need to understand is, you know, in the last 5 years, things have really, really changed for the worse. Meaning the drugs are getting more hurtful, more serious, the types of drugs that are here. And with drugs comes violence and firearms. Majority of the calls that we have with that involve drugs, there's firearms involved. And it's really, really hard. Pam spoke of the law, if there's a 11-year-old there that, you know, you can't get anybody for child neglect. Well, we're even surpassed that. Maybe back in the day when this law was developed, there was probably trusting people maybe the parties weren't so big, but you know, now you have meth parties and they're young adults, mixing alcohol, and an 11-year-old just isn't big enough or mature enough to handle watching a bunch of little babies there while there's a big raging war, party going on in the other room. Most of the time they're intermingling, but that is one that we're looking at to change now. I think that would have a big impact in the community if we can start holding people accountable to exactly what Pam talked about earlier. But times have really changed. This morning on the news, I just watched where there's a new type of fentanyl that came out, and it looks like sidewalk chalk, exactly like it. The powder that comes off of that fentanyl is more lethal than what's out there now. I think that's something that we need to seriously pay attention to, because it's just a matter of time before it gets here. We were really lucky, and I attribute a lot of that to our drug task force keeping fentanyl out of here. But more and more, we're starting to see it in all types of drugs. It's becoming more frequent. And that's another one that needs to be added to the list of drugs that isn't on there. So that's going to be coming also. But it's serious. It's dangerous. Heroin, you see bits and pieces of heroin here. What's even more serious than that is synthetic heroin. Our neighbors have that problem, but we don't. And, you know, I attribute that to our task force and staying on top of it and, you know, recognizing what we get. We have the test kits for all of that stuff. Constantly sending it up to the labs to make sure we know what we're dealing with. All our officers carry Narcan for fentanyl. But, you know, that's where we're at now. And the scary thing about it is it's not just adults. You know, there's no discrimination when it comes to any type of drug. And it's getting younger and younger and younger. And I really don't want to talk about this on the air, but I think people need to know too that we have a problem here with human trafficking. And we need to get our laws passed here pertaining to that, and start acting on it, because it's in several communities. It's not just one. It's not just the big communities. They're starting to utilize more and more of the outside communities as hiding places. And, you know, no community here is innocent. We all have our moments. And we have a hard time keeping up with what's going on. And, you know, the crimes are getting more and more vicious. I mean, I wish I could tell you guys some stories. I could do that later when we're in executive session. But you guys really need to know what's going on in these communities, because it doesn't seem like what we're doing in law enforcement is a priority. That's how I feel. I have 3 councilmen that come up and ask questions and want to know what goes on, and I'm as open and honest with them as I can be. But I think as a whole, as a body, you guys need to know what's going on in these communities, because it's serious and it's scary. It scares me for the future, because I think, you know, within the next 10 years, we're in bad shape if we don't get a handle and prioritize what's going on in our communities. I really should be down here every month telling you guys what we did last month and what happened. because you guys don't have a clue. You have no clue what goes on in these communities, what's going on with these kids. What can we do better to help our younger generation be better? But I don't think we're doing that, because I feel that we're going backwards with what I see. I honestly think that we're going backwards. I think we have an opportunity to attack some of this stuff in a really positive way, but we have all the components here in the tribe to help our people, but nobody wants to work together.
Pam, go ahead.
You know, I have to agree with him on that. And I'm one that goes up there and visits on, you know, things that are happening. You know, when I get questions between council meetings on law enforcement, I write them down, and then I go up to the police department and ask those questions. But one of my biggest questions that I've had, and I guess I haven't gotten an answer exactly, but you know, our kids, everyone, you know, all your upbringing, you're always taught that our children are sacred. But yet we have a detention center out there that holds them. They get charged as adults, but they don't have bond. But a grown adult can get charged with something and have a bond. Now, you know, there's a teeter-totter to that too, especially when I have people hollering at me, you know, making it a point for me to understand that law enforcement may pick up a kid who is methed out. They call it methed out. That kid goes up there, sits in there, and they can't have court on that kid until that kid comes down from that high. And sometimes it could take 4 days. But some of our, you know, again, you go to some parents that don't know that that's what's wrong with their kid. They just want their kid out of JDC. But like I was saying, those types of things are happening.
Mine too.
Our kids are getting younger and younger in having children, being sexually assaulted. It's going on across our reservation, and we're stuck in a point where, what can we do? What do we do? And who's going to guide us in getting this done? You know, we're losing a lot of our elders who gave that teaching as far as, you know, what young women, what young men do, and how they have an upbringing for their Tioshbae, Community, all of that. We're losing those elders. I mean, I think in my community, the few elders that we have left, I believe one is in the nursing home. So that teaching isn't coming from them, but you know, I really think at some point we need to take maybe a couple of weeks for council itself to put all these committees aside and sit down and start looking at what we're going to do for our kids. That's the next generation that's supposed to be leading us. But when they have that mentality that it's okay to be doing these drugs at this age, it's okay to be babysitting at this age, because by the time they hit this age, they're going to start having kids. Because that's what their older siblings did, or that's what they see, or that's how they know what their parent at that age did. So I think, you know, there's a lot of things that need to be done, but we're so worried about instant gratification around here. Just like right now, these checks that are going out. You know, people, the council is more worried about, you know, how am I going to help my community member with, that's that chairman's job. That's why they're a chairman of that community. That chairman needs to help them. We're legislators here. We should be sitting here focused and listening and paying attention when our law enforcement comes in and says, we need help. This is what's going on. These are things that we're going to talk about. Because that's important. That's our law enforcement of our tribe. And if our tribe is failing our own people in some way, we need to fix it. Or we need to at least start working on fixing it. So one of the motions that I want to make right now is to have our Attorney General start working on our law and order code. I would like to see the Attorney General get with our law enforcement, and maybe our law enforcement needs to, you know, maybe we need to put it out there. Let's get some opinions from our membership.
Pam, I had a motion drafted. I don't know if you read it. It's on the text there.
Okay.
Motion to have the Attorney General set up a schedule of meetings with law enforcement, courts, and corrections. Report to our council at our September meeting to include a report on the list of amendments with timeframes.
Second. I'll just second that motion.
You work closely with Lloyd.
Motion by Lisa, second by Pam.
Yep.
Any more discussion? Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I think that's a good idea, but I also think that's something that we could start working on on a committee level, and that we are working on through the Judiciary Committee. But the biggest part is knowing which laws to prioritize, and that's where we could seek advice from our law enforcement entity. So that's probably, you know, instead of being excused from that second meeting, or maybe that's something we can do there. Because the Attorney General is present at those meetings. And that was the whole point of creating that schedule to do that.
And we work good with Lloyd. I mean, Lloyd's really helpful. I guess we kind of started doing that, me and Ivor and Lori, because we didn't want to get bogged down because of our schedules with having to show up at a meeting and wait for certain people to get there. We just started doing it. I think as directors and community members, tribal members, I think that's a responsibility that we can take on also. Of course, everything that we do is going to get run through Lloyd before we bring it here anyways. So he is in the loop. I mean, that motion's fine. I mean, the more people you get that attention from, the better off we are. The more people that you get involved. So
I think that if, you know, we're saying we need to prioritize these laws that need to be amended immediately. And you guys know which laws they are, but we need to work together and get a list on paper and writing so we can see what law, and they don't have to be the whole law. Maybe, you know, get us a little pamphlet, something we can go from, and give us a timeline so that we can get those done right away. That's where I'm kind of getting at with that motion. And I know that, you know, law enforcement and corrections, they know which laws need to be amended. So, but I think if you guys already have that going, just prioritize a list and turn that in by next September meeting so we can start working on it.
That's why earlier I had stated that, you know, somebody should be going out and renting these gyms and asking the public. That's the only way you're going to get tribal membership to have their input on what our laws are. They're part of this tribe too. You know, they might have some good ideas and some maybe we've already tried and had to amend. But as long as we have that public output for them, you know, Some are just gonna come just to vent. Some are just gonna come to hear what other people are saying. But as long as we have those, as long as our AG is hearing what the people are wanting, we don't have to, you know, we're a sovereign nation. We don't have to follow state. We can create laws for ourselves that are specifically for us. But we need to know what people think. We need to know, you know, what's going on out there in the communities. I mean, law enforcement is going to give us a detailed report, but when you have membership that wants to talk about something, that wants to say something, you start getting ideas of a law. Now, a few years ago, somebody was paid, I believe it was $10,000 or something, $20,000 to go through our law and order code and make changes. I don't know who requested that and how that got approved, but it was done. And as council keeps going forward, no one's ever went back and looked at what that person corrected, what that person did, because of that continuity, according to the Constitution, that continuity didn't come forward, but those need to. So that's why I mentioned that earlier about the Attorney General, because they're the law officer of the courts and our area. So he needs to get out there. He needs to be with the public and seeing what they're requesting. They're a part of our tribe.
Is there any more discussion on the motion? Not, I'll call for the question. Fremont, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Online, Lisa,
Yes.
Donna,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
opposed,
0.
not voting. Motion carried. Go ahead, Steve.
Chair, I have a follow-up motion also, if I can make that. I put it on the text stream so Madam Secretary can have it. It's a motion to have the Attorney General's office give a report on the prosecutor's office regarding bonds, court appearances, charges, convictions, and dismissals.
Second by Pam. Any questions? Any discussion? Need a question? Question by Vanessa. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7.
Online, Eileen? Donna?
Yes.
Lisa?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 4? 4?
Ready to make
We
a
have 14,
motion.
right?
Yeah.
10-04. 10-03? 10-03. Motion carried.
Oh, I
Chairman.
guess,
Yeah, go ahead, Donna.
Whenever he's done, I have a question regarding SRO at St. Francis Indian School and when that's gonna start. All the paperwork was done already. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I can't get no one to work over there. I'll just be straight up. There's too much politics that's played over there and the officers just don't want to deal with that portion of it. I guess one thing I can do, Donna, is just advertise specifically for that. For that position and see if we can get someone. I was trying to get someone within the department to go over there, but I can't at this time.
That position advertised?
No. I was trying to move somebody in from our department over there. But now that we can, it was passed here for us to do that. And there's a job description and all of that ready to go, I can advertise for it.
These SROs, do they have to be law certified?
Yes. Yep. And there's a specific training that they have to attend. Usually they do it in the summertime. I think is it 10 days, Ivor? Yeah. Yep. Oh, they hold them, the last one was in Florida. They hold them different places, but it's a big convention.
Any more, report? Do we need to go off there so we can?
So I would like to go off the air, but before we do, I just want to say that not everything's bad in law enforcement. We don't deal with just bad people. We still have majority of our people are really good, law-abiding, respectful, compassionate, and that's in every community. I mean, we have good people in every community that work with law enforcement. Every community has its own little ordeal, I guess, when it comes to this kind of stuff that we're talking about today. Not everybody's in that pool. We have good people here within our tribal nation. So I would like to end on that, I guess.
Martha had a question before we.
State Council Administration, Itacha. I want to ask a couple questions because while we're on the air, I'm the type of person that gives rides to, the persons when they're released from the jail. If they're walking, I give them a ride, bottled water, whatever. And this is probably rumor, but people out there need to hear it because I hear it somewhere down the line when I'm visiting. Somebody's asking me questions about law enforcement, and this was one of them. And I know it's probably rumor, but this particular person I gave a ride to, he told me, he said, I got released. I sat there for almost three months and I finally got released. So I said, good for you. Make something of yourself. I said, stay sober. But he carried on about the police department. He said they had someone come do a sweep through. He said, I think it was a BIA, he said. So I started really listening. And he said, yeah, they came through, and he said one of the employees brought COVID into the place there. And then these people came and did a sweep through the police department. And they let a lot of us go. So I said, well, where are they at? I said, you're the only one walking, so I picked you up. And I know it's probably just rumor. And the other question that I had, I just got a,
did you want me to answer that? Cause, that's the jail portion of it. We don't really have a say or a hand in what goes on in the jail. The Bureau was down here 3 weeks ago, doing a review on their program, which you guys probably heard, the results of that. As far as COVID or COVID's everywhere. I think us as a tribe, I've got one personnel right now that has COVID. So it's hard to say where COVID comes from. It could have been a staff, it could have been another inmate. Who knows? I can't I can't answer. And I don't know, I didn't hear of a whole bunch of people getting let out. I haven't heard nothing like that.
Yeah, I figured it was a rumor, but I just sat and listened to this guy because, you know, I give people rides, and when they come out of there, they tell you your stories from inside of there. And a lot of the complaints are on the police officers being very rude to, you know, some of these people. And I don't think they're rude. You know, they work with the people, and if you're rude to them, they're rude back to you. You know, that's the way it works.
You know, I really get those complaints too. And if you guys have a concern or a specific complaint, they all wear body cam. I always get to go back to body cam. Some of the units don't have in-car cameras installed in them yet. But we always can fall back on that and see how an officer is treating the public. And I could sit down and watch the video with you guys as council people, or ask the chairman to do it. I can do it with him too. I'm not afraid of that. A lot of the complaints are, once you watch the video camera, they're totally different. I just put it that way.
And then my second question is,
This is your third question.
okay, third. My sixth question. This guy messaged me and he said, I think this is probably going to be related to Bob. He has on here, there are 3 unsolved deaths on Rosebud Res on the Kettleland website. The police have no comment on every one of the deaths.
So that's one thing, Martha, that we're going to go into executive session. I don't know if these families want us to talk about this stuff, but we will talk about it with you guys, and you guys can do whatever you want with that information once we relay it to you. But coming from us, we'll give you an update on all that we have. Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else? Well, I need the books. Tennille?
I need to amend.
Shall I just explain it?
Sure.
This is the resolution you guys did for vehicles last week. We had the wrong amount of money in there. It's got to be changed by council. So it's going from 792 down to 748,000. That's it. Once we do that, then they're just waiting for the resolution, and then we can draw the funds.
Okay, Tennille, are you going to make a motion to reconsider and amend?
Yeah, motion to reconsider and amend resolution
By Cher.
2022-209.
Second by Cher. Need a question? There's no discussion. Vanessa, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Lisa? Steve?
Yes.
Opposed? Not voting?
What?
Motion carried.
Thank you, council.
Okay, we're gonna go off air, council. We need to discuss a lot of stuff that we were talking about in our office. We want to give the reports. Bob is the ex chairman of Judiciary Committee. He has a lot of knowledge on what's going on, what we're talking about today. So I request that he stay in the council chambers. Back in the session, we're on the regular agenda. We left off with the treasurer's report. He has a few resolutions that he wants to present under his report. One is the clothing order resolution. We need to make some changes to that, for clarification. I think we needed to put in the amount and also the funding source for where that's coming from. So, and there was another one on another resolution on, was that approving the 18-year-olds as far as their individual assistance or whatever we call it, stimulus or whatever we call it. So I'll turn it over to the treasurer.
Good afternoon, council. What's that?
She took it. Vanessa took it.
I believe Vanessa has the resolution for the clothing orders. I believe the amount is $550. In the past, the education department handled the distribution of the clothing orders. I don't remember the amount, but in 2019, it was about $867,000 that we expended for the clothing orders. Again, the education program handled that, and I believe that is what the resolution says. I may be incorrect, but they have all of the student data available. So to me, it makes most sense that they handle the clothing orders. So the final whereas the ARPA committee has recommended the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopt and approve $500, $250 for the fall and $250 for the spring clothing orders for any child 0 to 17 that can prove enrollment in school and in daycare and off the reservation. On and off.
The same one that treasurer, is that, do we need to put the amount in there and
The total dollar amount?
yeah.
I think Eric sent out I think that's the one that they have. Okay. The correct
And it
one is-
also needs, where it's coming from, which is.
Does it show that
Who's
right?
gonna add, minister, you didn't identify that?
Yeah, we made a motion for
Identify
On
it.
the amended resolution, source of funding is Arpa fund for full amount.
Yeah. So
And
that's
be
what
administered
is
by
amended.
RST.
Last word, therefore be resolved to be administered. Is that where you put it?
The correct one's in the email.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Pam.
Yeah, I guess my question that I have is, and I said this earlier when I first came back, was the 0 to 17, that 0, how do they verify that they're enrolled in school?
No, I don't know. I guess there's
And then that kind of
kids that are in daycare. I guess they have to do some type of proof to, to the
Early Head Start.
early Head Start. Or
Yeah, so that's why I'm kind of wondering, because that 0 even, it even puts, it puts the, puts 0 on someone who is currently pregnant.
yeah, it tells the.
Yeah, so those are things that we really need to discuss. And I know it's going to confuse the heck out of everybody, but I think that we need to get that.
6 weeks. Is that what you?
That's how Facebook is too. Like they go to school. They're actually there.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm saying, because that 0 really leaves it open. We do have, like Madam Secretary Marshall said, we do have a FACE program at St. Francis that even though you are pregnant, you're still allowed in school.
The baby or the mom?
Well, of course they have to.
Well, let's not, let's not go there because your baby learns what it's hearing and stuff, so let's not go there.
You're with child in school. Does that make sense?
Anyway, those are my concerns, Chairman, and I know that they're trying to amend this resolution, but, you know, those are gonna be the next questions that we're gonna have to deal with. So I think if we're gonna do this, I think we should probably ask Jim on the funding of doing all the children, and if it's from a certain date.
Supposed to be for clothing orders. How do you give somebody that don't even have a baby yet, you know, still?
So
Just
just do 6 weeks?
6 weeks. I recommend that would be probably a good idea, to 6 weeks to. I think that's the answer.
It should say birth.
Birth,
Birth due.
yeah.
And I did talk with Jim about, and he didn't get the motion when any excerpt when I went to go see him. And so he didn't know about he knew about the clothing order, but he didn't know about the daycare. And the daycare is not a school, so it becomes a, it's not called direct assistance, it's called aid to assist. So it's not a clothing order because they're not in school. Now, that's true too, so you look at it, there's probably a handful out there that isn't gonna get this clothing order, but they're tribal members. For me, I would like to see, and we're going there, because we already opened it up to daycare. Now, the single mother has their child in, not a daycare, a private provider. So they take their baby there. But over here, her sister maybe took her baby to the daycare. So that baby gets a clothing order. But these ones just struggling just as much goes over here, doesn't get any. So we're in a way discriminating against these children. To me, that's how it seems. So if we went straight across the board with all birth to 17, and no, it can't be a clothing order anymore because we pulled in daycare and that's not a school. So if we're gonna do that, let's pull it back. But before we even do that, we need to know if we can do it. We can make a motion here. I would make the motion here to change all of that, call it A2, birth to 17. So it'll, and just go ahead and give them in a check, because you do it in a card, it's just the same as a check. So I would make a motion, but before I do that, I would like to know, do we have the money to do that? Because I don't want to throw something out there and harm the construction or these houses that we're going to get. Them are very important because them are going to be something that's going to be down the road for these individuals that are really having it hard in their homes. So I think if we can ask, and this needs to be done right away because, you know, we're not going to meet again. Can we get Jim down here to give us some direction on that? Because I would make the motion, but I don't want to do it until I make sure, you know. Or I could throw it out there and be there and, hey, I want everyone to get it. I don't care about this. I want that. That's what I think. But, you know, that we got to look at it in that way. There's a lot of elders that are living in hardship homes. So we really want to get those ones not left out. So can we call Jim down here just enough to get this for a direction, and then I'll make my motion if need be.
Little Jim, are you available? We need some answers or some advice on this. We're trying to amend this clothing order resolution to include the amount and the funding source. We're getting confused on calling it a clothing order now because 0 to 17.
It's not a clothing order if you go from 0 to 17 because you have nothing to verify.
Okay.
And then you got to take 5,000, round it off to 5,000 times whatever amount. It's 2.5 a year. For 4 years, it's 10 million. But you gotta get away from that daycare and that below the school age. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if it's school clothing, then it should be for school kids that are going to school,
Well,
right?
we've
Something they can
yeah,
verify.
we've always done Head Start to,
You can verify that stuff,
yeah,
but when you go lower than that, you can't verify daycare or any of that type of stuff. So it turned into a 0 to 17, didn't it?
yes, it did.
So if you go to 0 to 17, that's a whole different dollar amount.
That's 2.5 million, is that what you said, for a first year?
That's for 5,000 kids for school clothing. They came up with 5,000 school-age children that they've done in the past. On and on.
And this would come out of, the funding source is ARPA, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It's allowable.
Okay. All right, we're gonna have to decide if we want to do, any lower than Head Start. I don't know why we threw daycare in there. I mean, that's just, it's kind of funny that they consider them school clothes now because basically baby clothes.
Yeah. So your girlfriend on.
Yeah, I got you on speakerphone.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead, Russell.
Yeah, in Eileen's speech, she also mentioned enroll members. They should be enroll members.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. They gotta be enrolled members. If they're not enrolled, then what you can do?
Yeah. Okay, well, let's have some more discussion on it. What are we gonna do? How are we gonna change this resolution? We need somebody to reconsider, and so we can amend it, put those amendments in there. That would be, Eileen, are you doing that? We're reconsidering and amending 2022 235. Need a second, then we can talk about the amendment. Second by Ray. So what are the amendments, Eileen?
We could barely hear him, but we could really hear what he said to you.
Yeah.
Did you kind of, that's what he said again, say that.
He's saying if it's zero to, if it's any below, school age children, it's not considered a clothing order anymore. If it's a clothing order at 5,000 kids that are school aged, it would be right around about 2.5 million for clothing orders. Am I correct?
Yes. 1 year.
1 year, 2.5 million.
Bring those, to bring all those that fall under that, what would we call it, what would be the term for it?
What would be the term for it, Jim? For to do it like we have, instead of calling it clothing order, what would we call it?
No, you can call it clothing orders,
Okay,
and it's 2.5, and it's gonna it's ARPA funds, and it's gonna come out of that unbudgeted amount. You're budgeting for 4 years.
okay. And if we include 0 to 17, then it's not called clothing order anymore though, is it?
It's not. It's called assistance, individual assistance there.
Individual assistance. If we don't do clothing order, it's gonna be,
Then if you're gonna do that, then remember Ray made a motion for us to get a figure together for everybody that's not getting this 1,500, remember?
right,
And that figure right there, 4,700 and change times 1,500, you're gonna need to put more money into individual assistant line item.
okay,
You're probably gonna need about 7 to 8 million more on individual assistance line item. And here's the other issue, Scott. We're only going off the data that we have. We're not going off the data of those people that are not, that didn't get the initial 2,000.
okay.
Just kind of want to make myself clear on that point, because
Can you say that
we have
part
a
again?
lot of people that are trying to get this 1,500 that didn't get the initial.
We're only going off the the data that we got from the people that received the 2,000, the first individual assistance.
Yes.
So,
yes. We have some that are trying to get both right now.
yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thanks, Jim. We'll figure it out here. Okay. Thank you. Bye.
What did he say about that last part? About that zero? I couldn't hear. Does, data?
The data was based off all the ones that got the $2,000 the first time. So those are the numbers that
So there was probably like about 6.
So if we're gonna do individual, if we're gonna do 0 to 17, it changes it to not it's not clothing orders anymore because they're not school age children. So what is school age children? Probably from Head Start to high school, like we always have done it. So
That's the smartest.
yeah. If we're gonna do that, then that would cost us at least $5,000 for school age children. It would be around, for 5,000 kids, it's gonna be around $2.5 million. That's coming out of the ARPA unbudgeted.
That's why that 4 years that we talked about, that's why we had to put that 10 million to the side, looking at
Yeah.
closing orders.
Yeah. For the next 5 years.
For Head Start on them.
Yeah.
We got changed to.
You know, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with the clothing orders for daycare. I'm
I don't
sorry.
either.
That's my own feelings on it, so.
I recommend we stay with Head Start.
So because it jumped into that, it passed as, and right now we're doing individual assistance for 18 and over. I would like to see the all 17 and under to birth get this what it was once called $500 for the
Individual assistance is gonna have to be.
now. So I would like to see them get that, and next year, and as we plan for clothing orders, that next year there's going to be no 1,500 for anyone 18 or over, or anyone, because we don't have that kind of money. So this round that they do the for everyone, because of this, what's going on, what went and already passed, and next year it becomes a clothing order, and we know ahead of time, so the parents can enroll their kids early, and they can get a that $250 early to get clothes, school clothes. But here we decided last minute, and it's kind of on us, and so the kids had started without school clothes, and I bet some didn't start because they don't have school clothes. So the next year we give them that $250 and $250 in the spring. We call it a clothing order, and that becomes a in-school thing. So right now everyone's getting this individual assistance of $1,500, so the kids get included, but it's a lower amount. So I would like to see that. And next year they can do the cards, and they can get the school clothes early. That's what I'll motion at.
Is that your amendment to call it individual assistance instead of a clothing assistance?
Yeah. Birth to 17. We'll call it birth because, and it has to be enrolled, but we call it birth because she brought up the babies that are not born yet.
You're reconsidering amending it to say individual assistance birth to 17.
Yes.
But the dollar amount's going to change because that was only figured for 5,000 kids, so it's going to jump that amount up again. So we might have to recommend it back to Budget and Finance or ARPA or someplace. But go ahead, Pam.
Yeah, Chairman, I'm going to make that suggestion that if that's what we're going to do, and we're going to go from birth and we're going to change the language in it, I think it does need to go back to ARPA. And if this council wants it to keep going forward, I would like for it to move down in the dollar amount. Because there is no way that a baby is going to spend $250 on clothes. Maybe Pampers, but that's for like a whole year of Pampers. But not clothes. But that's just my opinion. But I think that this really needs a deep discussion as far as money wise, and when changes like this are made, it's what drags things back and it takes longer. We we said we wanted to do clothing orders for the kids that were going to school. We're hoping that this would move it along, but now we're getting a little bit too out of hand here, and all it's just doing is just taking it back. So
We didn't get a second on Eileen's motion to reconsider and amend it to individual assistance. 0 to, is that your second it? Is there any more discussion on it?
We're gonna try to what?
Individual assistance from birth to 17. Is there any other amendments besides that, Eileen?
This school closed, it wasn't probably mentioned in here anyways, but it was gonna be ongoing thing for the next 4 years. I want to make it a point to have everybody understand that that's just this time what I'm making the motion for. So in next year, they're not going to, it's not going to be.
To be honest with you, Eileen, it would be easier just to change that 0 to Head Start.
Yeah.
To what?
Head Start.
Oh.
That's the only amendment you would need.
yeah, just
You
leave
can
it.
identify the money on budget ARPA. And then it would be the amount for closing orders would be 2.5 million. But that's, again, that's your motion, so you got a second.
So that's lowering, it's not including.
Not including the,
So I'm going to stick to my motion of for those that birth to 17 and it be an individual assistance payment. But again, I'm saying they really need to understand next year, this is not going to be 0 to birth. Next year, it's going to be a clothing order. They have to be in school, and we need to not make it daycare because that's not a school. So right now, that's my, no, nothing birth to 17.
Scott?
Yes.
yeah, go ahead, Russell.
Yeah, I think a lot of these discussions should have happened at ARPA meeting.
I agree.
I don't like it when we shoot from the hip because we don't even know what it's gonna cost us in terms of funding. And so, we were basically trying to help our kids get school clothes. That was the whole intent.
Yep.
And that's why that resolution came on. And then now it's changing. And I feel like we should know a dollar amount at least and have some idea instead of going through this motion. So I kind of agree with Pam. Even though it's just a suggestion, I really, I have issue with that. We need to have these serious discussions, back in ARPA, if that was going to be the resolution.
And that's what Jim was just advising us. If it's going to be an individual assistance, we have to budget more than what we have. And that needs to be talked about in an ARPA meeting or a budget meeting. We know what the amount is for clothing orders for Head Start to 17 years old. And that's going to be around 2.5 million with 5,000 school age children. Go ahead, Pam.
Yeah, Chairman, being that there was a lack of a second.
Oh, okay, so you got it.
Oh, okay, well, I'll move to table to send this resolution back to the ARPA committee.
Need a second.
This is Lisa, I'll second.
Okay, a second by Lisa. There's no discussion on a table motion, so we need a question of Fremont. All in favor?
2, 3, 4, 6.
Online, Lisa?
Yes.
Russell,
Oh,
Donna,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
opposed? Not voting. 10 to 0, 10 to 1. 10 to 1. Okay, we'll send it back to ARPA. Next one is, which one is it, Treasurer? Is it, in regards to the, payment for 18 years of age, the ones that were left out? Is that what we're trying to figure out now?
Did you want me to add that to my report?
Yeah, okay, if you would.
Yes.
This is,
Rick, can you put these up there with, budget and finance? This is, general office's windows. I guess they need a resolution passed or whatever.
What are we doing this again, Chairman? We have to, I don't know, clarification. I think what's the clarification on, other one for the 18 years?
They remember what the problem was with this one? Where it needed to add in? I just got it, so I don't know.
Hey, just you guys know.
We were in personnel when we discussed this, or was brought to our attention that it needed to be, because
Did it have to, do with the August 31st date?
oh, okay, yeah. So, the date on here needed to be added. When I talked to Jim, they figured the dollar amount for up to December 31st. The reason they didn't get none of our minutes, our exit, so they didn't know what we did. So they were figuring out the amount in case we call at December 31st because there's some that are going to go to college and they're going to go in December. They can't get a clothing order and they can't get the 1,500 because they don't become 18 until close to within that time frame up to December 31st. So the way they figured it was at 400 at December 31st. So that's there because in here there's no date, and that's what it needed was a date. So the date on here was what I had made that motion at August 31st, but with so these individuals, December 31st, are going to fall through the cracks. They're not going to get nothing because they don't age into 18 to get that 1,500. They're not going to school yet. So they ain't going to get nothing. So during this needs a date of December. I'll change. I did that motion August 30th. Pam wanted it August 3rd. But I made the motion August 31st and that passed. But what Jim and Travis explained, isn't that right? That these individuals are going to get left out.
We got 400 of them that turned 18 since the last time the distribution was had. So
and they
according to Martha's text messages from, where's that from? Is that from Travis or?
Yeah.
Travis said there's 400 that turned 18 since then. So those are the ones that would be issued a check after they figure it out, after they get the first ones out. So
that's what needed to be with a date included in this. And no, because I don't like Pam sitting over there laughing. You know that?
Yeah.
Because I made a date August 31st. They explained out there December 31st. So I'm for that. And what's wrong with me being able to say I'm for August 31st? I don't appreciate Pam thinking it's all funny and I'm not serious about this, or I don't know what I'm doing. That's what I feel like when Pam sits over there and laughs.
Are you gonna reconsider that? Or is that a separate
Reconsider and
resolution?
amend that to December 31st.
Okay, what's the number on it? Is there a number on it?
2022-234.
Okay. Needs a second.
I was in hot sun all
Yes,
day.
go ahead, Pam.
Chairman, I guess I found it funny because, different people go up and they visit Jim and they get different kinds of responses. But theoretically, if you look at it, these kids aren't going to fall through the cracks. At August 31st is going to be that cutoff time, but if they don't turn 18 till December 31st, see, the whole thing was this system, this software. And I just had this discussion because I knew that we were going to amend this resolution. They talked about this August 31st being the cutoff date to turn 18 in order to get that 15. August 31st being the cutoff date to be up until 17 to get the clothing order. But you think about it, the clothing order, you have to be enrolled in school up till 17 years of age.
Right.
And then you look at the 1,500. That's where they were trying to stop. Remember, what was that thing we had where an 18-year-old was still enrolled in school? They were going to get a clothing order and $1,500. That's all that August 31st date was. So come September 1st or December 31st, whichever one it is, if they turned 18 within that time, they have time they're still going to get that $1,500. It was just to prevent them from getting a clothing order along with $1,500. And that system didn't look at it that way. And that's what the discussion was. And I didn't mean no offense to Eileen, and she got really upset, and I apologize for that. But in all reality, that's what it boils down to, is we didn't want to do the clothing order and $1,500 because that means that one person got $2,000. That's all that was. It doesn't have anything to do with December 31st or September 1st falling through any crack. It was just as long as the system had a date of being 18, not being in school, and being able to receive $1,500. So now what's going to happen now is Jim and I have to go through that system because August 31st, 2022 hasn't happened yet. They're going to have to go through that system individually. So if you had a kid that turns 18 on August 31st, they're going to be in that system writing down that kid's name saying this one turns 18 on the 31st. They are not enrolled in school. So we need to run a check for $1,500 for them. That's what's going to happen. Did I lose anybody? Huh? No, see that you're confusing them again. We're on the subject of this $1,500. Let's stay right there. So I guess it's probably just better to call Jim down here, and we're just gonna seriously, we're gonna keep confusing it. We did it that last council
Should we
meeting
take a break and we'll get him down here?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take 15.
Thank you.
We'll get him down here.
That report that Ray had just handed out.
Ask about clothing orders.